Hey, welcome into the hot shop. Hopefully you can hear me all right. Yeah? And I have closed captioning on the screen, which is super helpful. Yeah, of course. So luckily we have cameras following the artists around, but we are working on a kids design glass piece at the moment. And what we do is we always invite the family and the kid to come in and watch the piece being made. And I think our artist, our child artist, is all the way from, I can't remember exactly where, maybe Indiana. So they're a little far away, so they're joining us on Zoom. And this is going to be a watermelon giraffe, which you can see up on the screen. So this is what we're going to create in the hot shop, and we always create them basically like one-to-one. We want to make sure we get the texture right, according to the drawing, all the colors right, everything. So we're just starting now on the overall body. So we already did a little bit of a size check, and we're gathering up more clear glass right now to basically freshly heat up this solid mass of clear. And eventually, we're going to be taking this clear glass, we'll stuff it inside of a pink cup of colored glass that we created earlier. Honestly, a lot like this right here. So just pink, of course. We'll stuff that clear glass inside, and what this will do is it's going to make the entire piece appear like it's all pink, but really it's mostly clear glass with a thin layer of pink close to the surface. This is what we have to do for sculptural pieces. Get that thin layer of color in there. So we've brought our heated ring over to the left side of the hot shop. We'll knock that cup off and set it upright inside of that heated ring. This glass is still just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, by the way, so it's still really warm. That's why Sayuri is wearing those gloves. And there we've picked up our color. So it really depends on the day you come in as to what or who you'll see on the floor here, but we do have a full-time hot shop team, like a resident hot shop team, and we have a few of them on the floor today at least. But yeah, so you'll usually see very similar or the same people here and there. But sometimes we'll have visiting artists that come in and they'll bring in their own teams, and then we'll have like a dozen people on the floor. It's crazy. I think we had that the other day. We were working on some bigger pieces. Also, it was brought to my attention earlier this morning that we have a lot of slots still available for the blow your owns today, which we're making paperweights down on the hot shop floor. And they're happening every half hour. I think technically there should be one starting in about 5 minutes. And today there's a buy one, get one free deal. It's the blow your own workshop. So you buy one workshop, get one workshop free, basically. So right now we're using a really important tool called the jacks, which are these two metal blades we're squeezing down into the glass. So we have a few really important pieces of equipment that we've used. We, first of all, used some corkwood paddles, which are, as they sound, paddles made out of corkwood, like the same wood that's used for wine cork. And we flattened the body of our giraffe down. And now we're using this really hot flame, which gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, by the way, just to share that impressive number. And that is going to superheat small sections of glass at a time so that we can really sculpt some details in there. And don't worry, I'll catch you guys up for those who just joined in. We are working on a kids design glass piece, which is for kids 12 and under. They submit a drawing and it has the chance to be turned into a piece of glass. And this one today is specifically the watermelon giraffe. If we could see the image of that on the screen, please. Could we have the image of the kids design glass piece, please? Thank you. So this is designed by Aubriana, and she's actually joined on a Zoom call watching us make this piece. We always invite the family and the kid in to watch the piece being made. And this is the body. This is the very first one we're creating. If you didn't already know, we create 2 kids design glass pieces, the same one, so that we can give one to the family and then one stays here at the museum. So I was describing this torch just as you guys were walking in. It sits at just about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, or it gets up to that temperature. And we'll use it to superheat small sections at a time so that we can really push that glass around without deforming the entire piece of glass. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. I just want to catch you up on the project that we're working on and tell you who we have on the floor today. So, at the center and left bench, we're working on a large project for Kids Design Glass. In Kids Design Glass, we create a piece that a kid designs each month. And these kids are 12 and under, all across the world, and they just will submit a drawing, and it has the chance to turn into a piece of glass. These guys actually go through all of those drawings each month, and they choose the one that they want to make. And this month, we're specifically making the watermelon giraffe, which, can we see the image of that up on the screen, please? Thank you. So this is the piece that we're designing and working on right now. At the center bench, as you can see, we have the body that we have started pulling the legs out on. And we are working on some of the smaller details at the moment over on the left bench, which we'll eventually bring over and attach to the piece. I think such as the ears and maybe the tail. And all of these little details are going to be added to the piece, like all of the little watermelon seeds, by hand using these thin rods of black colored glass that we heat up the end of and kind of stamp it down onto the piece. Oh yeah, and over on the right bench, I did want to point out we have some hands-on workshops going on today. And we have these going on every half hour. People come down onto the floor and make their own piece of glass. So I think the next one is technically starting in 1 minute, but you guys can sign up for these yourselves if you want. Just ask the front desk about the availability today, because today is specifically a buy one, get one free. We're trying to get some people on the floor, make some of these paperweights. So we're making paperweights over on the right bench today. And of course, everyone feel free to ask any questions that you guys have. Just get my attention and I'll come right over. And I'll continue to just talk through the process and point out the different things that we're using. Hey, welcome into the Hot Shop, you two. We are working on a Kids Design glass piece today, and this is the watermelon giraffe. If we could see the image up on the screen, please. Hey, welcome in, you two. I was just introducing what we're working on today, which is the watermelon giraffe right here. This is a Kids Design glass piece. Kids 12 and under can submit a drawing to the museum, and these artists that work here full-time on the floor, they go through all the drawings each month, and they choose which one they're going to make. So this is our lucky winner for this month. She was just watching earlier through a live stream as this piece was being created. We always create 2 of them as well, as identical as possible. We send one to the family, and then we keep one here at the museum to be put on display. So we have created the overall body, the legs. We're just now starting to add on some of the smaller details, starting with the hooves of this giraffe, the light green. Oh, also just to point out, over on the right bench there, we're going to have some hands-on workshops going on throughout the day today. Today, specifically, we're working on some paperweights. And this is something that you guys can actually do yourselves today. We have some open spots available. Just make sure to ask the front desk if you're curious, because today is a buy one, get one free. And I see that you're all in 2s, so it's kind of perfect. So yes, just to mention a couple of important general details, like the temperatures we're working with are 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. It's the temperature of the molten glass, it's the temperature of the ovens. And yeah, speaking of the molten glass, this is where we get it exactly in this tank with the closed door inside of a large ceramic crucible in the base of it. It's molten basically to the texture of honey, so all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass and then twist, and it picks up a ball on the end. So we brought over another pipe. This has some clear glass on the end as an attachment. We're attaching this to the tail end of the piece, and we are going to break this entire piece off of the first pipe that we were originally working with it on. To break a piece off, we just apply some water. This is going to thermally shock and then crack that connection. And then with just a tap of the pipe, the piece will pop off, and we are left with our piece on a second pipe. So this is just giving us access to where we need to stretch out the neck and create the head. And we already have, again, all of the details for this piece set aside, just staying warm in the garage, like the ears and the tail. The garage is a silver box. It sits at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So anytime you see us setting something in there, it's basically like just putting the piece on pause. So now we've soaked up a bunch of heat just in the head area. And we have been using many different tools throughout the day today so far. We used the jacks, which were those two metal blades that we just had in Sarah's hand to kind of squeeze that divot in at the base of the neck to begin with. We also have a pad of newspaper, which was that pad that she first used when we got that heat. So yeah, just folded up newspaper soaked with water. And this torch right here is really helpful for sculpting. It gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so much hotter than the molten glass itself, meaning we can quickly heat up a section of glass at a time and just work with that small section only instead of heating up everything with the possibility of things moving and changing shape. So using that smaller handheld torch, we've been focusing a lot of heat in the thicker part of the neck. So we're able to grab onto the end of the glass with the diamond shears and really start to stretch it out and stretch mostly just that one area out. And I know two of you just joined in, so I want to share again that we are working on a watermelon giraffe. And let's see the image of that piece up on the screen, please. So we're working on a kids design glass piece, and each month we as in these artists that work on the floor, go through all the designs and they choose which piece they want to make out of what was submitted. And again, could I see the image of the watermelon giraffe, please? Thank you. So this is the piece that we're working on now. Just so you guys know the final product that we're aiming for. We still have some details to add to this, like we have to create the head. We have the ears and the tail already made, which will be attaching to the piece eventually. And then we also have these small strands of black glass that we'll use to hand draw the seeds on the body of this piece. Thank you. All right, welcome to everyone who just joined in. We have a kids design glass piece that we're working on right now, which is when kids 12 and under submit a drawing, has the chance to be turned into a piece of glass. This is going to be a watermelon giraffe. So we already have the overall pink body. We just added on some green hooves, and we're just now working on the head of the giraffe. So just bit by bit, this piece will come to life. So this is when we start seeing a lot of the details coming into the piece. We just added on a bit of green onto the face to get kind of the snout of the giraffe. And now we're using a stringer, which is basically a strand of colored glass, white, to add on the eyes. So we just heat up the end of the stringer, we push it onto the glass, and we now have just a single white spot. We're basically going to be doing this same thing many times to get all of the seeds for the watermelon on the sides of the piece as well. Hey, welcome into the Hot Shop, everyone. I see quite a few new people joining in. So just to share what we're working on today, we are working on a kids design glass piece, which this is something we only do once a month. And it is as it sounds. It's kids who design a piece of glass. These kids are 12 and under. They submit a drawing to the museum. And these artists that work on the floor full time, they go through all of the drawings together and they choose the one that they want to make. And this is based off of like possibility. Is it even possible to physically make it of glass? And then also like creativity and just whatever catches their eye. So this month, they chose the watermelon giraffe, which you can see an image of up on the screen. So this is the piece that we are aiming for right here. And as you can see, we're pretty far along. We have the overall body. We've just finished off the neck and the general head. Now we're adding on detail after detail, the eyes, all of the black spots on the body, which are the watermelon seeds. Thank you. And Adriana was watching earlier through the live stream, kind of a Zoom call. We always invite the family in to watch the piece being made. They have free admission to come in and watch the piece being made. And we always make 2 of the pieces of glass. One will go home with the family, and then one stays here to be put on display at the museum. So again, this stringer right here, this strand of black glass, heat up the end of it, push it onto the piece, and then we're able to create those single dots one by one. And this handheld torch we're using is technically the hottest item in the hot shop. It gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm sure you could tell it's hot based off that bright blue flame. But just to emphasize how hot this is, when the glass is completely molten to the texture of honey, it's at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So this torch is over twice that temperature of the molten glass. So apparently each furnace can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. I know, it's crazy. And for those who haven't seen the furnace yet, I'll just point out it's the tank with the closed door. We have one on either side of our hot shop. And they sit at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. They have a ceramic crucible that's maybe up to my hip or so, and it's just filled with clear molten glass, and specifically clear glass only, interestingly enough. So we have to add our color through different means. Like for example, again, we're adding on those dots using the strand of colored glass. But this right here, color bar, this is used to add the color for the entire piece overall. And actually, I have a video that I can play that shows the coloring process. And since we're not going to see that again for a while, I think it would be important for you guys to get that information. So could I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we actually leave the glass furnaces on 24/7. And even if the power goes out, you know, that programming is controlling the temperature. So we'll still have someone come in and make sure that it's staying the right temperature. Like, we always want it to stay running no matter what. Because if that glass cools down, it can actually destroy or damage the ceramic tank it's sitting inside of. Because if you didn't know already, there's a lot of different coefficients of expansion of different materials. The glass will kind of contract and expand depending on how hot it is. Oh yeah, but everything else we pretty much turn off when we're done and turn on maybe an hour or so before we get started. Yeah. And I don't know if I shared this yet with this crowd, so bear with me if I've already told you, but we have some workshops going on over on the right bench today. We're making paperweights, and we have some open spots still available, I believe, and we're doing today specifically buy one, get one free for the workshops. So if you guys are in sets of 2, it's kind of perfect. Yeah, I think most of the ones that are going to be available now are going to be after our lunch break-ish, maybe around 1 p.m. or so. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. So we're working on a kids design glass piece. And if you don't know what kids design glass is, it's basically kids 12 and under can submit a drawing to the museum, and it has the chance to turn into a piece of glass. And this is the piece that we went with this month right here. Once a month, these artists will go through all the drawings, choose the one that they want to make. This month, it's the watermelon giraffe. We have come pretty far with this piece already. We've just transferred it to a different pipe so that we can start adding on the tail. And what we do each time we make kids design glass is we'll make 2 of them. And one of them can go home with the family. One of them stays here at the museum to be put on display. Oh yeah, and over on the right bench here, this is different. We have some people who will come down onto the floor for workshops throughout the day today. This is happening every 30 minutes. And today we're making paperweights over there. We do have some slots available left for this. Slots left, wow, words are hard sometimes. We have slots available. Usually these are $95 each, but today there's a buy one, get one free. Since you guys are in sets of 2, I assume that means that it'll basically be like $45 per person. So if you're interested, we should have some more spots open. Now I'll just continue to follow this process at the center bench here as we continue on. So we have a couple of pieces of equipment I want to point out. One of them being the garage, which is a silver box right here. It sits at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. There's a flame in the corner of it on the inside. And I know that sounds hot, but at that temperature, the glass is still solid. So we just set things aside in there, keep them warm temporarily, and then we can bring them out and use them on our piece. So I assume we have our tail in there. So after smoothing out the tail end of our giraffe, we're able to bring over a heated tray with our tail on it, just pick it up and attach it onto the end of the piece. We save all of these really small details for last, like you see, because as we heat up the glass, or as we heat up the piece overall, we just are trying to make sure that the glass is staying at 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, that healthy temperature that I mentioned earlier for that box. But because those thin little pieces of glass are so small, they heat up first and they heat up quickly and then they start to move. So we save it for the very end when we can just put them all on. Now we have the ears to attach. So now for some finishing touches, we're heating up the very end of a stringer of a really light green glass and applying this to the end of the tail. And when we finish our pieces, we have to put them inside of these boxes that we have on the walls and in the front. And these keep the glass warm temporarily and then very slowly cool everything down all at once from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, we'll have to put this giraffe in one as well when we finish it. Usually overnight or about 12 hours or so. It depends on the thickness of the glass. So this one right here is a little bit thicker, so maybe it would have to rest longer. And now for those tiny horns. Oh yeah, and you guys were down here for a workshop not too long ago. Did you already see this project earlier, or did you just come straight in for the workshop? Okay, okay. So this is a kids design glass piece. We do these once a month. Kids will submit a drawing, 12 and under, and they choose a drawing. These guys choose a drawing once a month to create for both the gallery, and one will be sent home with the family as well. And this is a watermelon giraffe. It's a little bit hard to see, but there are these little black spots all over the piece, and the colors are going to change a bit as it cools down. That pink is pretty true to itself, but the hooves and a lot of these other details have little bits of green that'll come out a lot more when it cools down. So yeah, we're finishing off just these little details, but this is close to the finished piece. And this is just the first one, so we do need to make a second one at least the second half of the day today. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. We are just finishing off this piece right here at the center bench, which is a watermelon giraffe. This is a kids design glass piece. If you don't know what that is already, kids 12 and under can submit a drawing to the museum, and it has the chance to turn into a piece of glass. These artists that work here full-time on the hot shop floor, you see them now, they are the ones that go through all the drawings by hand each month, and they choose the one that they want to make. And what we do is we always create 2 of them. So one of them will go home with the family, and then one of them stays here at the museum to be put on display. And they make them as exact as possible, both of them. Oh yeah, and over on the right bench, we have some hands-on workshops going on today. So people are coming down onto the floor, making some paperweights. And I think that we do have some slots still open. I've been making sure to mention it here and there. They are buy one, get one free today. So I know a few new people just joined in. Welcome into the hot shop. We are just finishing off this kids design glass piece. This is specifically a watermelon giraffe. So we have a pink color, we have a bunch of green details in the hooves and on the tail and the horns. And then we have all of these little black seeds from the watermelon over the surface of the piece. So we're just about to finish this piece off. I think that one of the last things we do is just make sure that all of the legs are going to rest evenly on a flat surface, such as a table. So we're starting to focus a little bit more heat on the legs. And what we do when we make kids design glass pieces is we make 2 of them. So this is just the first one that we've made today. And one of them goes home with the family, and one of them stays here at the museum to be put on display. So to make sure all these legs are lined up, we're pushing it onto a wooden paddle. And we just do it briefly. We want to keep the glass at least about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit so it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock. So we'll give it a brief heat. And at this point, we're getting ready to break the piece off and put it away. So again, those small components, we have to be really careful with them not to get them too hot or too cold. So we're using a small torch to heat up those little details. And then we're using this really hot handheld torch to superheat that connection that's holding the piece to the pipe. And you can see that there's some movement starting up in that connection now because of how much we're heating it up, making it malleable enough that we'll be able to start cutting at that connection with the pair of shears. We keep the gloves underneath just in case. And then to break the piece off fully, we apply some water to that connection point, thermally shocking and cracking that connection until we just tap the pipe with another metal tool, and then the piece just pops right off into those Kevlar gloves. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. We've been working on this one since the museum opened. It's our first piece of the day. And this is going inside of an annealer. This is sitting at 900 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to slowly cool that piece down overnight, usually about 12 hours or so. So we'll see that piece again tomorrow. And then it's off to the next thing. So I might as well point out a couple of things in the hot shop and mention again, we have some workshops going on over on the right bench. For anyone who might be interested in those today, it's specifically buy one, get one free for those workshops. And I know that we have some slots available, kind of the second half of the day today. And just to point out a really important piece of equipment that you'll see us use pretty soon here, the tank with the closed door. We have one on either side of the hot shop. These are filled with clear molten glass at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's just a large ceramic crucible inside up to my hip or so, or just filled with clear molten glass. So we'll use that to pick up a little bit of clear on the end of a pipe. And we're going to be doing some prep work for the next watermelon giraffe. So it's looking like the first thing we're going to see towards the next piece is the creation of a color cup. So we're going to see a little bit of actual glass blowing. We're going to be blowing into a bubble and creating this cup of colored glass that's going to be pink. And we're going to use that for the overall color of the body for our giraffe. So this all starts with the application of our color. On the end of one pipe, we have a solid piece of colored glass that started off something like this. This is called color bar. We get this shipped in from various companies, and we attach it to the end of our pipe and melt it down. And then we also have a small clear bubble. Trent has it sitting at the bench. We'll take that color, melt it down, and then quite literally drop it onto the clear bubble. So we applied that color, just dropped it right onto the end of the bubble. And now we're rolling it on this metal table called the Marver. just to push and roll all that color back, cover up the clear. So in the end, when we blow this piece out, the entire piece is going to be covered in that color, and the piece is going to appear as if it is all just that one color. And just kind of a little fun fact, I'm not sure if this is the exact pink that I'm thinking of, but pink is a really expensive color when it comes to glass because it comes from gold chloride, coming from literal gold. So now we sit and let this cool down for a moment before we start gathering up layer after layer of clear glass over top of the color. And the layers of clear that come after the color are mostly just to build up mass and give us more material to work with so we can blow this glass out further to a bigger piece. And again, we'll be turning this into basically a round bottom cup, just like this, probably honestly right around this size. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. We are doing a little bit of prep work for something you're going to see put together after lunch or finished after lunch, which is the watermelon giraffe. I'm going to hold up an image for you guys because we don't have access to the image on the screen quite yet, but this is the watermelon giraffe. This is designed, oh wait, here it is on the screen. This is designed by our 10-year-old artist, Aubriana, and she was watching us make the first one earlier for at least part of the process. We always make 2 of them, so one of them can go home with the family and then one can stay here to be put on display. So this will be the second one. And right now we are working on making a cup of colored glass called a stuffed cup, kind of like this. That'll be made out of pink glass, and this will be used for the body later on. So we will be seeing some actual blowing, glass blowing, in a moment here. And we have a view of the left bench on the screen. This is where we are starting this piece of glass. So over on that left bench, we've blown our bubble out. And we've done something really important that I want to point out, which is kind of cinching in to the bubble and creating this divot that you see right off the end of the pipe. This is a purposeful weak point that we'll create and we'll eventually break the piece off from there. We do this for every piece, no matter if it's sculptural, if it's blown, we need to have that breaking point. And we've just prepared another pipe, which we'll bring over and attach to the end with a little bit of clear glass as a connecting point. And then once we're ready, we just break the piece off from that weak point we created not too long ago, using a little bit of water and just a tap of the pipe. So just to reiterate, this is already hollow. And now we've just broken it off of the blowpipe, which means that we can start to flare this open into our cup at this point. And to open this up, this is pretty quick. Go on the inside of the piece with the jacks, those two metal blades, and just slowly lift up the wall. Also, we use these wooden paddles throughout the process of blowing out a piece of glass. Usually we use them a lot for shielding the artist's hand and arm from the radiant heat coming off of the piece, because again, this glass is always somewhere between 1 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Or sometimes we'll use them to flatten the glass out, like here we push it against the opening of the piece, kind of rounded and smoothed that glass out. And then once we finish this cup, we'll be placing it inside of the garage, which is this silver box right here, which will keep it at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's like putting the piece on pause, just warm enough to not break. And could I have the image of the end goal, the end piece? So this is the finished piece that we're working towards, the watermelon giraffe. This is a Kids Design glass piece, which we make once a month. We did already make one of these just before you guys came in. We finished it and put it away. So this is just a little bit of prep work towards the next one, which we'll be finishing after our lunch break. Thank you. So we've set that aside in the garage to stay warm. And now we can start working on some of the smaller details, such as the ears and the horns and the tail. So we use the marver for some shaping, the marver being that middle table there. Rolling the glass into a narrow point. And after some careful and even heating, we're stretching this glass out. Which now we can cut into sections using this little nipping tool. We want to keep all of these pieces of glass warm even though they're pretty small, so we'll knock them off onto this heated tray and then set those pieces aside in the garage as well. So after finishing those small details, we set them aside in the garage. Again, that silver box to keep them warm. And that is all the prep work we're going to do for now, because once we come back from our lunch, we will start actually making the entire body of the giraffe and just make the entire whole piece. I think that was pretty much all of the prep work we have to do. Maybe we need the ears, but yeah, we're getting there. So we'll see you in about an hour from now, just at about 2 p.m.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of spherical elements, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here, 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle, no pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history.
Yeah, I want to go from the balconies there.
The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm gonna leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glassmaking through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
Well, thank you guys all for being here and being such an integral part of my career. I tried to narrow my focus down to, it's basically two ideas. Stop.
Pulling?
Yep. Do you guys all understand cameo engraving? So I'm cutting through layers of color to make an image. The more white glass that I remove, the darker the shading. It's a black cylinder with a white sheet on it, and the imagery all comes from photo booth pictures. So this is a cameo engraving on a blown form, but instead of just a white rectangle, it's these kind of blobby forms. Where the white sheet glass is will still be cameo engraved, but in between there'll be a line drawing to continue the image. So it's an interrupted image. I've been trying to figure out how to explain this to everyone in a way that makes sense, but you all might just have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, I actually went to college for 2 years for animation before I got into glass. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm really drawn to engraving, is it gets imagery that I enjoy drawing into glass blowing. I love the physicality of the glass blowing and the teamwork. And then I love going home and sitting by myself for hours. It's really meditative for me to do the engraving part. And then this is like loud and fast, and you don't really have, you have to just react, you know? So this process for me really feels like it kind of encompasses both things, the way my brain works, you know? A little blowing. All right, we'll put a jack line in that. Are you okay? Yep. Yeah, I just want to blow it up now, Nick. Okay. How do you feel? Good. Okay. A little bit of heavy thing? Yeah, do you want torching or anything? Is that the cerise? The cup? Yes. I'm not like, yeah, left side. Can you do one more? Yeah, I got it. Take.
Yay, Sarah, that's a great one.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glass blowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I've wanted to try for a while is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern-looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I want to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you can see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum, from developing the Visiting Arts program, working with curatorial closely. Having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the Hot Shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week, also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punting it up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like beautiful, you know?
No.
Yeah, so now we're gonna put a punny right here, Sarah. Ben, you've worn cargo shorts so long that they come out of style, in style, and back in style. Cap? I could have kept it more. I'm gonna need some ramage. Ramage. You can call me Nancy. I'm just cooling it. I'm not choking it anymore. Ooh, this is leaking. Got a little air on it? It's sitting right now. Okay. You ready? Flip. Pull, Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. You can go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm gonna get out real quick. Hui. Come make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it.
How's it coming off?
You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens there. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon, so childhood cartoons and old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment, incorporate bright and vibrant colors, and with a mixture of these black and white stripes and these crazy busy patterns. Glass was a wide open lane. When I first started blowing glass, just doing research on famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So my search results generated Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that needs to change. So instead of looking into them, it's just becoming one myself. I was so it's like a beam. I usually make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's it's not funky enough, So making it a little more funky, adding this crazy wild pattern, and some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy and then maybe off center a little bit, and then some elements are still like straight, like it's straight here and straight here, but it's like a little funky in there. And then you're still using like those traditional techniques like Marini and cane, and then the Encalmo technique, but then like trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background, the pink background, is that pink or is that opaque?
It'll be opaque, so like opaque color, so the first one like type effect. And then also like playing into like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. You know, fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or a rapper, so like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling, so like my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. You know, everything that we're doing is like experimentation, so we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just, you know, figuring out what the Marinis are doing. And they're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know, you spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing. You know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadisa de Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian. So I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural, our cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's, it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work.
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make Marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pore surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides. So I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studios, I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondelles with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 day, all days. But, you know, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondelles. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make large-scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then like I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see like a really good glass artist like manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. So, yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, you know, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I see a lot like rondelles we made yesterday. Like, it's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondelles with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, like how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondelles. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but you know, working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, you know, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, you know, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So they just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here, it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom could be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
it looked pretty fresh.
It was fresh. It's very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it'd be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together. So as the neon went through it optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
They are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3.
Yeah, I think And we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Okay.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turned brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color up. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So if you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great. That's how it works.
I might want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's too thick.
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice,
Soft. Oh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first pull. We'll
Yeah,
get better.
exactly. And for polls, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just going to do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like, the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right?
That's
smallish thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like?
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah, it could be big.
It could be big, I guess.
But, well, I don't know. I'm just, so 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so. It's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide, if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. What would have? I'd kind
It
of.
would always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just a,
We get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
if we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with our neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
Jay.
Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Woodby Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle, where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could, at any given day, walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello and Merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. Patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the Radicello and all the Marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny, when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like, you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand. So when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. since I start glass blowing, I always do figurative object because I'm very into cartoon children books because that's the way how I learn about like stories, and when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Tang. Is a mythological character that based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's gonna be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first start, glass color are very expensive, and I've started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learned, and I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned, that's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Robin, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation in their space. What makes it special is not only that it's an institution founded in glass as a medium, but the fact that they were willing to allow me to push the medium to the limit and put it outside of the box of tradition. And so by using glass in all of its mediums, all of its ways of manipulating it, so neon, kiln form glass, casting, hot shop, flame working, I integrate everything and really highlight the ways that the material acts when it's caught in like an unorthodox moment. I saw my residency with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team as an opportunity to expand my studio practice a step further. So I focused on making really detailed glass elements that will act as the central components for larger installation work. And that series, I'm pushing in a direction where it actually is more physically kinetic and interacts with the audience. So a lot of it will be hooked up to proximity sensors and motion sensors that detect the presence of the audience and react to them. So when you initially walk into the space, the work will remain static and it will become alive as you walk through and engage with each individual piece. In a way, all of the work in here speaks to that, speaks to how I use the medium and how I highlight it in different ways. I would say specifically the things that people don't recognize as glass usually are. So I think that's kind of a fun play on the material, is sometimes I hide its identity and it really makes people question what it is. The aesthetic that I put onto my work that has that kind of whimsical, it could look childlike, or it could look like pre-teeny a little bit sometimes. I do that intentionally as a distraction to the audience. So it is meant to lure you in, kind of like a sugar-coated candy that's sour inside. You're gonna walk into this space kind of mesmerized and excited, but if you spend time with the work, you start to reveal these darker layers and complexities that make up the bigger picture. For me, the future of my career, what I really want to do is have a solo exhibition at the Guggenheim and be a Guggenheim Fellow. I really want to bring glass to an arena in the art world where it's not just isolated as a craft medium and as a medium that's seen as this delicate and fragile kind of material. I really want to amplify and show off the qualities of glass that speak to that kind of gestural, emotional narrative that you can really capture. And I feel like the art world hasn't really given glass that opportunity yet. There hasn't been that many people that have pushed outside of making a beautiful object. And so that's really what I'm focused on doing as far as advancing the material as I grow my practice. So my hope is just to make my work more and more interactive to the point where it can't be ignored. You have to have an encounter with it, and it's just close enough to living where it has a fantastical kind of energy to it. But I still think that I'll always draw from my personal experiences when it comes to concepts and the ideas that kind of underpin the work.
Hey, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. We're just getting started again. I'm going to share who we have on the floor and what project we'll see, and maybe even give you guys an overview of the hot shop, assuming a lot of you haven't been in one before. Pretty soon here, we'll have some cameras following the artists around. We'll have closed captioning on the screen, and of course, feel free to ask any questions that you have after my little spiel. So today we have our resident hot shop team on the floor, and we're working on a kids design glass piece, which is pictured up on the screen right now. So this is a watermelon giraffe designed by Aubriana, and she was watching through the live stream earlier as we were working on the first one. We always make 2 of them as close as we can, and then we will give one to the family and one stays here at the museum to be put on display. And this is for kids 12 and under, so if you guys are interested, have them draw something and submit it to the museum. These guys go through all of the drawings each month and they choose the one that they want to make. So we did a little bit of prep work before lunch. What we did was we created a color cup, which is basically, kind of as it sounds, a cup of colored glass. We made a pink one, we set it aside to stay warm, and that is going to turn into the body of our giraffe. So that's what we're getting started on now, up on the screen. We already have that cup set aside in the garage right here. I guess this will be the start of my overview of the hot shop. So this is sitting at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's basically just like putting a piece on pause when we set something aside in there. It's just warm enough to keep it from breaking. And then we also have some other really important pieces of equipment. What you just saw us use when we first started working in the hot shop is the furnace, which is the tank with the closed door. We have one of these on either side of the hot shop, one over there too. And these sit at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. They stay on 24/7. We never turn them off, never turn them down. And up to maybe about my hip, filled with clear molten glass, up to 1,000 pounds of it. So this is all just clear glass that we're going to be picking up over and over again on the end of our pipe. And then we do have places to reheat the glass, these large open face furnaces at each bench. And these run up to about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And yeah, that's pretty much the general overview. So feel free to ask any questions that you have. I'll continue to follow the process as we continue on. Actually, everything's running off of natural gas, including the torches. Yeah, we have annealers, which are these boxes both in the front and on the walls of the hot shop. And they sit at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We put our finished pieces inside of them and then press a button. They're programmed to cool based off of the thickness of the glass over a certain period of time, usually about 12 hours. So we already finished one of these watermelon giraffes, and we put it in this one right here, which I assume we'll be using again for the second one. Okay, so actually, I forgot to mention this, but we have workshops that we hold one weekend a month, so Saturday and Sunday. And it'll change depending on the time of year. For example, this weekend, we've been making paperweights. But if you come in next month, it might be something like flowers or birds. If you come in the winter, it might be ornaments. If you come in the fall, we have a lot of pumpkin making. So yeah, paperweights today. And I don't know if we have any spots left. This morning we had few slots left in the second half of the day, and they're buy one, get one free today. So if anyone wants to ask the front desk about availability, that's where you would check in and figure things out. I think you have to be about 12 and older to work with the glass. I don't know exactly for this workshop in particular, but here in Tacoma, there's a program called Hilltop Artists, and you can start blowing glass through that program at the age 12. So I think that that's kind of what they base it off of. Yeah, so that's the color cup we made earlier. We have it on the end of a pipe. We're just going to keep it warm, and eventually we'll break it off of that pipe and set it upright so that we can stuff that mass of clear glass inside of it. And that's why we call it a stuff cup. We're going to use it by stuffing it. So we just gathered up one more layer of clear over top of that solid clear glass. Anything that's dropped into this bucket that we're letting some glass drip off inside of is going to be reused. We just throw it back into the furnace and melt it down eventually. So by getting this last layer of clear, we have essentially superheated the surface of this glass. We'll get a little bit more heat, and then we will stuff it inside of that cup. We should have just the right amount of glass now. Okay, so we just took out this heated ring. We placed it on the floor. We'll bring this cup over, set it upright, and then we will stuff that clear glass inside. Luckily, we have a really good view of this on the screen. So you can see that glass touches the bottom of the cup first, and then as we push down, slowly fills up the cup and kind of touches on the walls. And we now have those two pieces of glass together. And now with that cup attached, it's going to make the entire piece appear as if it's made from that light pink glass, when really it's just a thin layer of color near the surface of the piece. And I did get a question about how we got the color in the first place. I can't play this video quite yet, but I'll do my best to describe the process. We have something called color bar, which are these solid bars of colored glass. We get these shipped in, and we'll basically just break off sections of them at a time, heat them up, attach them to the end of our pipe, and then melt it down and layer it within the walls of the piece. So if you were to cut something like this in half this way, you'd be able to look at the cross section of the walls, and you would see almost tree-like rings where we've layered the glass on top of each other. And this is especially easier to see with patterned pieces of glass, or, wow, this is kind of a good example. This is something that they use to create eyes. in these seahorses that they were making the other day. So this one has a layer of black glass in the center and then a layer of yellow glass wrapped around it. So you could think of this as like the cross section if you were to break a piece open. But the colors themselves come from different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the clear glass. So the clear glass that we use is a really specific mixture. It's a soda lime glass, so there's a little soda ash, a little limestone, mostly silica sand, and apparently our mixture specifically has a little bit of lithium in it as well to create a softer texture when we're working with it. And if we were to use multiple kinds of glass together, like for example, every once in a while we'll use experimental colors or things that we're not super used to using. And if we layer them next to each other or on top of each other, they will start to crack and break away as they cool down in the annealer. So a little bit sad when that happens. Luckily, it doesn't happen very often. So here's an example of us using an annealer right now. We just put a paperweight away in one. So we'll be using this pad right here on and off for those who might be curious at the center bench. This pad is just folded up newspaper soaked or splashed with water. And surprisingly, you can't feel the heat through that, but it conforms to the shape of your hand and you can really squeeze into the glass. Yeah, we'll be using that for a lot of shaping. So we've just preheated these two metal blades called the jacks. We dipped them through a little bit of beeswax that we have attached to the bench, so they glide across the glass. Now the jacks are a really important tool. We use them usually for blown pieces from beginning to end. We're going to use them right now to create a jack line, which is basically a purposeful weak point that we eventually break the piece off from. So the way that we have visiting artists is they come in and they usually stick around for a week, maybe a minimum of like 3 days or so. And they have the support of our resident hot shop team. So we have full-time employees that work in the hot shop, and that's who you're seeing today. But for example, if you come in next week, starting Wednesday, we'll have a visiting artist, Robert Lewis, and he'll be here the whole week. So you would be able to see usually some pretty experimental pieces made whenever we have residencies. And is there a way to catch up the closed captioning? Testing. E. Yeah, so right now, I think for the most part, this piece, we're not going to be adding any more layers of glass to it. We have small sculptural pieces that we'll bring over and attach for the horns and the ears and the tail, for example, but we don't even need to add glass for the legs. What we do is we heat up a portion of the piece and then we just pull the legs out from the body. So yeah, we're not adding anything more. The reason we heat up the glass briefly and then come back out is just to keep the entire thing at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, just to prevent it from breaking. And then in the meantime, while it's cooling down like this, the airs are sucking heat out of the piece, we are working using this smaller handheld torch to start on the shaping of the body and the legs. Which, speaking of this torch, this is the hottest item in the hot shop. It gets up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, so this torch is basically the only piece of equipment that's not running off of natural gas, good eye. It's propane and oxygen. And that oxygen creates that much hotter flame. Now we're using a couple of sculpting tools. This paddle here is made out of cork wood, which is going to be kind of soft on the glass. It's not going to suck a lot of heat out of the piece. So we can use that to get the slightly flattened body for the giraffe. Which, speaking of, it's been a little while since I introduced the overall project. So just to catch everyone up real quick, we're working on a watermelon giraffe, which is a kid's design glass piece, pictured right up here on the screen. So this is what we're working towards. And our artist, Aubriana, she was watching the live stream earlier as we were making the first one. We always make 2 of these, so one can go home with the family and then one can stay here at the museum for display. So this is the second one we're working on today. Thank you. And if I didn't mention already, we do Kids Design glass pieces once a month. So if you guys know kids 12 and under who'd be interested, have them submit a drawing. It's completely free. So I actually got this question earlier. I'll just pick something up as an example. So we have these small strands or rods of colored glass. We have them all laid out on the table right there. And these are called stringers. We just heat up the end of them using that same torch we've been using at the center bench. And we just push it onto the surface of the piece. And that's going to add just a single little dot of that color. And that'll create all of the watermelon seeds. And details like the eyes as well. The eyes are just small spots of color. So we're creating kind of this distinct section in the middle, which will eventually be basically the belly of the giraffe. And then the sections that are sticking out more are eventually going to be sectioned off and pulled out into the legs. And we're continuing to work on some smaller details over on the left bench. I'm assuming things like the ears, because I didn't see them make the ears before lunch. I assume we're just finishing off some of those small details. Yeah, so there's multiple kinds of glass. This is a soda lime glass, which is really common to use in hot shops. But there's also a glass called borosilicate, which is a really strong scientific glass. And they use this for beakers. They use it for art as well, usually a smaller scale art. So all the insects in that case in the gallery, those are all made out of borosilicate, which is really cool. And that's how they can create those really tiny, spindly little legs without everything breaking. Yeah, so just to point out something about colored glass, this is a pink that we're working with right here, and you can tell that it's pink just looking at it. Not all colors are like that. When we work with them in the hot shop, they might look completely different. Yellows will look orange, oranges will look red or kind of brown depending. Reds will turn basically completely black or gray when we're working with them, interestingly enough, no matter the red. And then With greens, they look kind of brown, which you'll see because this is a watermelon giraffe. We are going to be adding bits of green here and there. It'll look kind of amber at the moment, but it will cool down to a nice, almost lime green, really nice light green. Oh, and it looks like we're starting to pull those legs out. So the first watermelon giraffe we made from start to finish was 2.5 hours. But with this one, we did half an hour of prep work before lunch. And on top of that, whenever these artists work on the same piece multiple times in a row, they get a little bit faster each time. So this one could be another hour, could be another hour and a half. We'll just have to kind of wait and see. Yeah, here and there throughout the process, you'll notice us heating up the glass that's connecting the piece to the pipe. And we're definitely not working with this glass. We're not trying to shape it. It's going to stay connected to the pipe. But this is the last thing going into the heat of the furnace, first thing coming out. The pipe is sucking heat out of the glass. All of these factors mean that this is the coldest part of the piece. We definitely don't want that to start cracking. That's what's holding the pipe and the piece together. And the fact that everyone's at the center bench now means that all of our prep work is done. So now we'll really start focusing on finishing off the body, and then we can bring all of these little details over, such as the watermelon seeds and the ears and everything we sculpted. Yeah, whenever we don't have visiting artists, which again, we have residencies pretty frequently. Each month we'll have artists come in, usually for a full week residency, so 5 days while the museum is open. For example, we'll have Robert Lewis coming in on Wednesday, and you'll be here all the way through Sunday. But whenever we don't have visiting artists, that's our time to work on so many different various projects. Sometimes it'll be a little bit more experimental. Sometimes it'll be Museum of Glass store items. Sometimes commissions. And something we've been preparing for a little bit lately is the Red Hot auction, which will be in mid to late September. It's our yearly auction, our annual auction. And we're making a bunch of goblets for that, which are really satisfying. Yeah, goblets, yeah. It's kind And for anyone who's joined in more recently, just to keep everyone caught up and updated, we are working on a watermelon giraffe at the center bench right here. And could we see the image for that, please? Thank you. So this is the final product right here up on the screen. We have already made one of these before our lunch break. We always make 2 of the kids' design glass pieces as similar as possible, and then one goes home with the family and one stays here to be put on display at the museum. And each month, these artists that work on the floor full time, they go through all of the drawings that are submitted and they choose the one that they want to make. It's usually based off of, is it even possible to make out of glass? And then also things like creativity, whether it's the story that's really interesting or the piece itself. Thank you. So yeah, right now at the center bench, we are working on heating up and pulling out the legs. We already have all of our other details made, such as the ears and the tail. Oh yeah, this piece is solid all the way through. Even all the little bits and the entire body and everything. I think they usually try to keep the kids' design glass pieces solid, unless it's really big, then sometimes they'll do a blown portion of it. So it depends on the shape and the size. If it's really big, we don't want to make a piece that's super solid glass and it's like this thick, because it would be really heavy to work with and it would take a long time to cool down. So if it's big, then we will make it blown. But if it's small enough, we could totally make it solid. And then sometimes depending on the shape, like if something needs to be really round, maybe, no, they could still do solid. Yeah, I think it's mostly just size dependent. Yeah. There's a program out here called Hilltop Artists. So I'm not sure if you're local, maybe you've heard of it, but it's a program where you can start blowing glass at the age of 12 or older. So I started in an after-school club at my high school when I was looking for like an art club. And Trent got started in this program as well, and a lot of the young folks over on the right bench, those people all got started in that program. The museum takes on a lot of people from that program since it's so local, and the museum always tries to bring local people in for like music and connections, so yeah. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, this team that works here full-time, they've been here basically since the museum opened, and they've all been doing it full-time, so usually like 20 to 30 years of experience. So they always have a lot of very experienced people for their team. Huh? Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. We are working on a kids design glass piece right now, and it's specifically a watermelon giraffe, which, could we see the image up on the screen, please? And if this image doesn't pull up, luckily I have a couple of pamphlets that we've printed out with the image of the piece on them, including the one right on the board in front of where we're working here. It's just a little bit hard to see some of the details, but we are finishing off the legs. Once we finish the legs, we can transfer the piece to a second pipe and pull out the neck. And then we'll start adding on all these little details, such as the green hoofs. So once we've pulled out the legs, we want to make sure that they're all even and flat so that this piece will rest evenly on a flat surface like a table. So we're pushing it on a wooden paddle, and once we are sure that those are straightened out, then we can move on to the next step. So now we start adding on these small bits of green. These are becoming the hoofs for our giraffe. And I know the green isn't going to look very green right now. It's going to look kind of amber. The different colors of glass will look a little bit odd while it's hot in the hot shop, but when it cools down overnight or about 12 hours, it'll go back to that bright, almost lime green. So we do this for all of the feet. So we've attached all those hooves. And I think that we'll be moving on to attaching a second pipe pretty soon, if I'm not wrong. We had to transfer the piece to a second pipe eventually because the glass that's connected to the pipe right now, that kind of larger portion of pink that's unused, that is eventually going to be stretched out into the neck and head of the giraffe. So instead of adding more material on, we just use the material that's already there, and we just start with a larger amount. So yeah, just fixing up these hooves. And this is why we have multiple benches lit up at the same time, so that we can work on these different pieces and bring them together. So we're mostly just worrying about keeping the piece warm overall. So we're using the torch to apply extra heat to areas that might be cooling faster or just more in general. And then every once in a while, we go inside of the furnace and give it an overall heat across the entire piece, just trying to keep it at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, just about. And I know that sounds really warm, but the glass is still solid at that temperature. It's just warm enough to keep it from breaking from thermal shock. And in the meantime, over on the left bench, we're preparing that second pipe that we'll be bringing over pretty soon and attaching to the end of the piece. This is what we have to do for a lot of pieces. We finish off one end, we attach a pipe, break it off of the first pipe, and then we can work on the opposite end. So to break the piece off, we apply some water. That's thermally shocking, cracking that connection. And with the tap of the pipe, that pops away. So now we have essentially flipped the orientation of the piece. And we can start heating up this end section and stretch it out into our neck, turn it into a head. And one more time, can I have our watermelon giraffe up on the screen, please? So there are a few new people who have joined in, so I just wanted to reintroduce the project real quick. This is the piece that we're working on right now up on the screen. This is designed by 10-year-old Aubriana. She was watching through the live stream earlier as we were working on the first one of this piece. We always make two, so one can go home with the family, and then one will stay here at the museum to eventually be put on display. Thank you. And we create these once a month. The artists who work full-time on the floor here that you see today, they go through all of the drawings by hand each month, and they choose which one they want to make. Yeah, we can focus back at the center bench now. Thank you. So just to catch you guys up, we are working on a pretty specific piece. This is a Kids Design glass piece, which we create these once a month. This one is specifically the watermelon giraffe, which you could see drawn right here. This is for kids 12 and under. They submit a drawing, has the chance to turn into a piece of glass. We always make 2 of the same piece. So this is the second one we're working on right now. And one of them will go home with the family, and one of them stays here to be put on display. So we are making quite a bit of progress. We just attached a second pipe onto basically the butt end of the giraffe. And now we are heating up and stretching out the neck with the material that's already there. And we'll just keep going on and attaching all these little details. We still have yet to create these spots, which are the watermelon seeds, and all of these other details. And feel free to ask questions, all of you, because I know you've all joined in at different times. We've all seen different parts of the process. So these pieces, and just pieces in general, usually are about a 12-hour cooling process. And we cool them inside of the annealers, which are the boxes in the front and on our far walls. But yeah, usually about 12 hours. The thicker the glass, the longer it takes. And the longest cycles we do in here for really large or important projects that need extra time, maybe up to 3 or 4 days of cooling. You know what, though? We live stream every single time we are down on the hot shop floor. So if you guys are curious enough to see the first piece and maybe can't stick around to see the rest of this one, you can always rewind the live stream. It's on YouTube, and we save them permanently as well. So you can even go back years and watch tons of different artists come through, and yeah. And we have them all labeled too, with the artist or what's happening that day and the date. So, yeah. So the place where we reheat the glass, it's called a glory hole. Yes. They run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit for those who haven't seen them or heard that little description yet. We just call the glass furnaces, we just call them the furnace or furnaces. Yeah. And then we call this torch the fluffy or fluffy torch. So these ones in the front here, I mean, they can be used in a couple of different ways. They can be used as annealers, and that's how we usually use them. So we'll put pieces in and then slowly cool them down, especially when we run out of space in the larger annealers on our walls, which have do not open signs on them. So I'm assuming we just couldn't use them today. But those ones in the front have really nice programming or cycles to them where we can do fused glass, we can do all sorts of mold sort of glass, like you melt glass into a mold and then break it out of the plaster mold. And I've also seen them use these to open up cylinders of glass into panels of glass, which is a really cool process. And this, of course, is the garage, because we park the end of the pipe in there with the piece on it or the glass on it. But we also do just throw small pieces of glass in there, especially on like a little metal tray that you might see us use later. The garage stays at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it does not have any programming to it. So when we put pieces in there, we usually want to bring them out and put them in the annealer eventually, or use them and then put that piece in the annealer. Anything that goes in there has to be pretty small if we let it cool down in there. Yeah, it's not as controlled of a cooling cycle. So the things with the metal handles on them, right? On the table here, or on the... So those are corkwood paddles, and we were using those to kind of flatten the glass out. We did it for the body too, just kind of squishing the sides in. And yeah, they're made out of cork, just like wine cork, for example, which is a very insulating material, so it's not going to suck heat out of the piece. And there we've just cut off our excess bit of glass. So from this point, we've been preparing a bit of green that we'll bring over and attach right to the front of the face. This is going to turn into basically the snout of our giraffe. I love that question. I get that question a lot, and that's basically just anything relating to the amount of experience people have on the floor. The people that work here full-time, they have between about 20 and 30 years of experience working with glass, usually full-time as well. And a lot of the people that work on the full-time team here on the hot shop floor have been working here almost since the museum opened in 2002. So this is their 9 to 5, and they've been working these jobs for a while. They work with artists from all over the world, so they have very unique experiences, and they've learned so much that you won't find another team like this one. They're really professional. So now we just brought that green glass over. So from here, the rest of the details are pretty small. We've added on all of the larger details, such as the hooves and the snout. So the rest of the things that we'll be bringing over and attaching are things like the ears and the tail and the horns. And then we also have a bunch of little black spots to add to the sides of the piece, which will be the watermelon seeds. So with these smaller details, we're starting with the eyes. This is starting as just a small rod of white glass called a stringer. You can make a stringer out of any color. We just melt the end of it into a ball and then apply it to the surface of the piece. And it looks like we're now starting to add on all of those little watermelon seeds. Hey, welcome into the Hot Shop to everyone who just joined in. We have a specific project that we're working on right now, which is the watermelon giraffe. And could we have the image of that piece up on the screen? So this is a Kids Design Glass piece. If you don't know what Kids Design Glass is, we each month will go through a bunch of drawings that kids 12 and under have created and choose one of them to make on the Hot Shop floor. We'll always make 2 of them, so one of them can go home with the family, and then one will stay here at the museum. This is our piece today. It's cute, isn't it? It's designed by a 10-year-old girl, and she was watching the live stream as we made the first one today, and this is the second one that we're making. And we're pretty far along with this one already. We have a few more details that we really need to add, such as the ears and the horns and the tail. The tail, of course, is going to have to be attached where the pipe currently is, so we'll have to transfer it to another pipe at some point. So, as I mentioned kind of in the beginning of when you guys came in, at some point we would need to attach the tail to this piece. So we're getting close to that point. And to attach the tail, we have to break it off of the first pipe that it was on. So we're attaching a second pipe to basically the chest. We'll let that connection cool down for a moment. And then we'll break the first pipe away using a little bit of water to thermally shock and crack that connection. So after breaking the piece away, we have essentially flipped the orientation of the piece. Now we can start heating up that tail end. We have to pick some of that clear glass off, and then we can attach our tail, which we already did sculpt the tail and the ears and the horns for this giraffe. All of that is set aside, staying warm inside of that silver box, closer to the left side of the hot shop, called the garage. There's a flame in the corner of that box, keeping everything warm. Yeah, welcome to those that just joined in. We are working on a kids design glass piece. So each month we will go through all of these drawings that kids 12 and under have submitted and choose which one of them we want to turn into a piece of glass. This month we chose the watermelon giraffe, which is pictured up on the screen. And we have already gotten through most of the process. We're just now going to start working on the tail and attaching the ears and the horns. So these are just some final little details, and then the piece will be pretty much done. So we're getting close. This is the second one that we've made. We always make two, and we try to make them as similar as possible, because one of them goes home with the family, and then one of them stays here to be put on display. Thank you. Hey, welcome in, you guys. I was just showing off on the screen the piece that we're working on right now. So this is a Kids Design glass piece. If you guys didn't already know, kids 12 and under can submit a drawing, and it has a chance to be turned into a piece of glass. These guys go through all the drawings themselves, and they choose which one they want to make. So it's based off of the story or the creativity of the drawing, and of course, how possible it is to make it out of glass. And then we turn it into a piece. This is the second one that we've made today. We make 2 of the same exact one, so one can go home with the family, and then one stays here at the museum. We're just now fixing up the tail end of our giraffe. And we have some sculptural bits for the tail and for the ears and everything that we'll start bringing over and attaching on. So we've just been working on keeping the piece overall warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's what most of the piece is hovering at right around now. And I know that sounds super hot, but at that temperature, the glass is solid. Just basically like normal glass, room temperature. And any hotter, then it starts to move and melt and change shape. Any colder, and we risk thermal shock. So we try to keep it just about that temperature. Now we have brought a metal tray over, and this is holding all of those little sculptural bits that we'll start picking up and attaching to the piece one by one. We save all of these small pieces for the very end so that we don't overheat them on accident, which can cause them to melt or change shape or fold onto themselves. And you can see how tiny or small or thin these little horns for the giraffe are. That's why we're adding them on at the very end. They heat up so quickly. And we have even more small details to add after the horns and the tail and everything. So these are the last things that we need to attach to the piece. But we also need to add on basically these little tufts of fur or hair at the ends of some of the horns and at the end of the tail. So we've already started to add on some of those little tufts of hair to the ends of the horns. That's what we're working on right now. We applied it using just a little rod of color, and now we're cutting into it to try and create the illusion of single strands of hair, basically. We still have yet to add on that tail. So we'll see when they pull that out. So we added on that tail. We have to do the same thing we did with the horns, where we add on that little bit of green and then we start to cut away at it, create that tuft of hair. And then it's looking like that should be the final detail before we break this piece off and put it away. So I'll point out the first piece we finished, we broke it off, we put it away in here. This is the annealer. Same box as what we have on our walls. Basically, this one just loads from the top instead of loading from the side. It sits at 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and it'll slowly cool the piece down for about 12 hours. There's programming that we can do with it and change it based off of the thickness of the glass. So at this point, we are just getting ready to break this piece off and put it away. So we torch any areas that are a little bit weaker, so thinner sections of glass or pieces that have been connected at some point onto the piece. And also heavily torching the glass connecting the piece and the pipe. And this is torched until we see a little bit of movement in that connection usually, which we then apply some water, like you'll see right here. That water is thermally shocking the connection, cracking it, and then all it should take is a tap of the pipe. And that'll be knocked off into those Kevlar gloves. So just like that, our piece is finished. And let's give them a round of applause for all the work they put into that. Thank you, everyone. And safely into the annealer it goes, right next to the first one we made in the first half of the day. So again, this box is sitting at 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's going to slowly cool that piece down for about 12 hours or so, meaning we won't see it again until tomorrow. And that little section that was attached to the pipe, this is something I haven't talked about yet, but we have to grind and polish that away eventually, and that's called cold working, part of the process that we don't usually get to see. So the piece is technically not finished yet until we grind that down. Yeah, that piece, we've been working on that since about 2 p.m. So our artists are just taking a little breather, getting some water. So just to update you guys on the project that we're getting started on next, we're going to be working on some decanters for our Red Hot auction, which is once a year in the fall, coming up mid to late September. We'll be blowing a glass bubble into a mold that we're preparing and soaking right now. And welcome into the Hot Shop, you two. We are working on basically a little bit of prototyping, I believe. This is for the Red Hot auction coming up in mid to late September. We have this auction yearly in the fall. And we just blew this bubble out into a mold. I think you guys got to see that from up there maybe. And then we're now starting to add on some extra details, which are these droplets of clear glass, just for some texture. And yeah, these are decanters for the auction. We make decanters and goblets that we sell, and the entire reason for that auction is to raise funds for the museum. So we're gathering up some more clear glass. All of our glass is coming from the furnace, which is that tank with the closed door. There's just a large ceramic crucible filled with glass at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So we gather that up. We'll have to gather at least 2 layers of clear. We'll bring that over and drop it onto the end of the bubble to create a foot. So we hold our bubble upright, facing towards the ceiling, and we quite literally just drop that clear glass down onto the end. And then we can use this graphite paddle to push it into its final position. And right now we're preparing another pipe with some clear glass over on the left bench. We'll bring this over and attach it to the center of the bottom of the piece, and then we'll break the piece off of the pipe that it's on right now. So we attach that pipe to the bottom. We let that connection set up for a second. And then eventually we break the piece away using just a little bit of water, which thermally shocks and cracks that connection enough that we could pop it off completely. So we dip our tweezers in some water, and then just a tap of the pipe. So now we have access to the neck, and we can finish off the top and flare it open or anything that they want to do with this piece. We always do this for blown pieces. We finish the bottom half first and then work on the upper half.